Hi, hello. It is I. Is I the rock? He gonna throw some rock. Go over. Throw some. Wah ba da wah wah wee. Rock. Oh. Gonna move. Woo! Nice throw. Beautiful. Beautiful. We love it. We love it. Why is my fucking fuck shit? Fuck. Sounds. Why the fuck does it keep doing this? That is default device. Stop taking over my goddamn default device, you son of a fucking bitch. Properties. Levels. Food! Okay. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Throw another rock. Whee! It didn't skip very well. Damn it. Okay. I am trying to figure out how the fuck to change this shit. How? Where? What? Emulate. Okay. Oh, that's how I add it. Okay. Do. Ah! Okay. Brandon, hello! Hi, young panda crafts. How you doing? Okay, let's see what kind of different type cups we got. What the fuck is that? What the? What? What? No. 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 Here. That. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? The fuck? No. No. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Why is there so few options? Okay. What about this one? I hate that one. Okay, this one could work. Okay, let's go with that. And then... Can I minimize the cup? Can I make it smaller? What? What do you mean I can't make the cup smaller? Your face can't make the cup smaller. You're a bitch. What the? Oh my god. Let me make the cup smaller, you bitch! Okay. What the fuck? This hates me. This stupid goddamn thing hates me. Can I just do it how I want it to do it, please? Thanks. Thanks. Okay. How the fuck do I make it smaller? Okay, position, size. Okay. Can I just... It gets rid of the cup. What? 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 What the fuck? I despise this thing. Why does it do this to me? Okay. We got that. Okay. Why can't I see it now? Okay. Did I break it? Okay. Change cup. Okay, there we go. We've got the cup. Why can't we make the cup smaller? Oh, there we go. Cup scale. I'm a potato. Okay. Alright, we need to make a random ass cup. One of these days. Like a little WildWestRP type cup. But I think that's I think that's cute, maybe? Is it too big? It's too big, isn't it? Could make it slightly smaller. Slightly smaller. Just a little bit. He's smaller. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. Ah! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Stop it. Sit. Stay. Okay. Let's emulate the cup.
What do you mean? Nothing could go wrong. I'm good at absolutely everything. I know how to broom.
God damn it. Okay. Alright, awesome. Now, how do I change this one? Emote explosions. Let's turn this down a little bit. Emulate.
What do you mean? Nothing could go wrong. I'm good at absolutely everything. I know how to broom.
Okay, let's save that. Oh, and we can choose the emotes for it. Okay, we'll do that. Not that one. Ew. Sorry, chat. This is probably like boring as hell. Me just being like, ah, wah, 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 wah. Okay, okay. We'll go with those. Submit. Save. Alright, let's try this now.
What do you mean? Nothing could go wrong. I'm good at absolutely everything. I know how to broom.
Okay, that's not quite as bad. Okay. Okay, now... Height boss. Okay. Alright, now settings for that. Okay. Add a festive hat. Oh, no, let's not add a festive hat. Oh, yeah. Okay. Alright, and let's see if we can get a different... Can I have a different one? I want a different one. No, I want a different one. Let me choose a different one, please. Why can't I choose the different boss? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Okay, type boss? No, it doesn't let me... Okay, we'll get rid of that. Yoink! Bye, bitch! Okay, so we can change the color of it. Alright, let's go with a more, select. Okay, and then let's make it a little smaller because I don't like it being so big. Okay, let me change the hype boss, please. No, let me change the hype boss. Maybe not. Okay, text settings. Okay. Advanced. Make it bigger. Make it bigger. Oh, what the fuck did I do? Stop it! You're being a bitch! Okay, we will do that. Aha! Though, can we change the color of the center bit? No, we can only change the, okay. Text settings. White, then we... Okay, word spacing. Spacing. Okay, line height. Okay, and then we'll try putting a stroke on it. Oh my. Oh, that doesn't make it legible. Face doesn't make it legible, Roxas. Okay, let's do that. Oh, gross! Okay, let's try making it just a little bit taller. Oh, oh, that broke it. Oops. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, so how... Not great. Okay, position size. Okay, alright, so text settings. Drop that down a bit more. Make this size a little bit larger. Then we can do this. Okay, and then putting this here. Then if we do this, that does not work. Fuck. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So if we put show on bottom panel, show on health bar. We might do it like that. But then I want to get rid of the bottom stupid thing. I don't want the bottom part. Oh, there we go. Whoa! Oh, wait, no, okay. Alright. We got that. Let's make it a little bit smaller now. Wah! What the fuck are you doing? Stop it. This stupid thing does not know how to listen. Okay. Alright. Okay. Players. Hype boss. Hype boss. Please. Okay, thanks. God. Okay. Position text. Text settings. Let's go up. Word spacing. God damn it. Stop it, you son of a bitch. Okay, if I go like this. Oh my fucking god. This program is gonna piss me off. I just want to make it look nice. What the fuck is wrong with you? Every time I do that, it just fucking, like, borks. Okay. Alright. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. Possibly. I'm not sure. Okay. Try that now. Perfect! We did it, chat. Chat, we did it. We did it. Might change the color though. Maybe we'll do a dark green. Yay! Okay. All right. Save. Awesome! All right. We did it. All right. Okay. James around. Ah! Oh god. I think we'll just head over and check telegrams. Ba ba da ba 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 wee. Get Iris out. Retrieve.
Oh, hi, Iris.
Okay. Ba, ba, ba.
There you are.
What do you mean there I am? I've been here.
I thought you already left camp.
No? Listen, it took me a minute.
Okay.
What?
Nothing.
How are you? Oh! What? James? Are you okay? Was that in response to me?
What are you wearing?
Clothes? Is it because I'm wearing a darker shirt?
Why are you wearing black?
It didn't look black when I picked it. Look gray.
Okay. Also, I don't know how comfortable I feel having people at McFarland's who hate us.
Yeah. But did you send my telegrams?
I did.
Yeah.
I rode through and they didn't show any hostility towards me, so...
Oh, that's good.
Well, regardless if they did or not, if they did, I was gonna fucking shoot them.
I've kind of been poking the bear, wearing a mask anytime I'm around there.
They better not fucking do that when I'm there, because I will shoot first, ask questions later. Nobody points a gun at my wife.
Well, they're gonna have to learn the hard way. I imagine.
The hard way is the fun way.
Okay. And also, it's been really dusty lately. Oh, come here. I have to show you something. Turn left.
What?
Turn left. Turn left. You coming or what?
Do I have to go into the basement?
Oh, it's not that scary. Come on.
I just don't like being in such a tight space.
Well, I know, but it's fine. Nice little fallback. Like, if...
An obvious fallback.
What? Okay. Never mind. I was trying to think outside the box.
I understand that, and I appreciate that. But you have to keep in mind, if someone finds us in there, that's a death trap.
True enough. I didn't think of that, okay? This is why I don't make the strategic plans.
Clearly.
What? You didn't have to say it like that. I can't believe that. You wanna know the worst thing about that WildWRP tea? Those WildWRP packs?
What?
I found them in McFarland's.
You should have kept them.
I know, but the girl that was looking for them sounded really distraught, and I felt bad.
You're too soft, sweetie.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I did the right thing by giving it back. Did the right thing, I swear. Let me know where to find you. Hey, I'm right
Don't
here.
you? I'm gonna smack the shit out of you. You just woke up and you already choose violence.
Oh, hell yeah. I just had my coffee, so, yeah. Cattle drive, huh? Okay. Interesting.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I ain't worried. Don't you dare. Don't, Iris. Iris, you calm down. Calm down. Calm.
Iris,
Yeah,
why the hell are you already
too.
on one? Knock it off.
Because there was a goddamn snake over next to the goddamn stable. Iris is like, oh, I see a snake. I'm gonna be a pissy little bitch. Oh, also, funny story. Yesterday I ended up walking all the way to, Armadillo. And then started walking halfway to McFarland's. And then started going back towards Armadillo because I realized that one of my horses was there. And then somebody, like, came by. And I was like, hey, can I get a ride? And he's like, are you gonna rob me? I'm like, do I look like I'm gonna rob you? Then it's like, well, I mean, I can give you a ride to your camp. I'm like, no, I'm fine. He's like, no, it's fine. I can give you a ride. And I'm like, no, no, absolutely not.
This individual knew where the camp was?
No, but was trying to get me to basically tell him where camp was.
So where did he drop you off at?
McFarland's.
You have a horse stabled there, correct?
So I went through and I had one of my horses actually brought over from Valentine at McFarland's.
Okay.
I didn't want to lead him directly to the camp because that's not great.
If you see him again, can you point him out?
See if I know. I think the name is Cassidy Colt because there was a telegram that was sent out shortly before he had passed me. Was wearing like some red mask or whatnot.
It sounded a little too friendly.
Kinda.
I think I've met him before.
Yeah, I'd seen him in Armadillo when I was passing by, and it was around that time, I think, that he was seeing the telegram. So.
Could you give me a further description of him?
He was wearing clothes.
That doesn't help.
He was wearing
Smart
typical. Oh, listen, okay? He had a darker hat. I don't remember what kind of hat, but he was grumbling about the security at McFarland's because apparently the mask that he was wearing, they ran up and pointed guns at him, like just right off the bat. But I don't really remember what he was wearing. Sorry.
You don't remember anything else about him?
I mean, besides his mask, no. I don't remember the horse he was riding. Listen, I don't have the greatest memory when it comes
Lord,
to
you need
people.
to be more observant.
Well, I mean, no, I just need to write things down after I see it instead of, just being like, oh, I can rely on my memory. Apparently, I can't.
just start writing it down.
Okay, I will. I will.
Goodness.
What? I'm sorry. I think he was wearing a brown jacket, but that's a lot of people that wear brown jackets.
Too many people wear brown.
I know. Sent another letter to Kai, just checking up, seeing how Kai's doing. Apparently, Kai is still trying to get up money to get the mule and get back to Gorma. Oh, apparently somebody had a party over at Gorma yesterday.
Hey.
We're sending telegrams out about it. They were inviting everyone. They're like, "Oh, come on, we're going to Gorma." And I'm just like, okay.
Do you remember the name?
Started with an L.
Good Lord.
Okay, I'll start writing stuff down. I'm sorry. This is why.
And you want to gather information?
Well, I mean, he ought to be writing it down at that point, but you're the one that suggested it. I'm not as cool as you.
Down.
I'm not as cool as you, okay?
What's this? Wait a minute.
You're really cool.
Explain.
You have a lot of more skills than I do. You're very sneaky. You're very good at remembering things. And, yeah. I'm not. Unless it has meaning, my brain just goes, whoop, bye-bye, see ya.
In that case, treat everything like it has meaning.
Okay. I'm gonna need like 50 million notebooks.
Just get one journal, and once you pass on the information to us, you can erase whatever entry you had.
Okay. Oh, did you see my telegram?
Too late for that. Mask ain't gonna save you now.
Little potato.
I am not a potato.
You are a potato.
Rude! Okay, maybe I am a potato, but I ain't a sweet potato.
You're a sweet potato.
No. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
also, the reason why I'm wearing a darker color shirt might be to put the security at McFarland's on edge, because, you know, all black, you know, gray mask. Just want to see what they do.
Someone's gonna get shot tonight. I can feel it.
Well, I mean, it'll teach them a lesson, won't it?
No, because these idiots don't learn half the time.
Gives us another reason to shoot Hank.
He's not even awake.
How do
When I
you
was
know?
riding through, I overheard he went to bed, and he might not be waking up.
Well, okay. Listen, next time I find a giant stash of like 50 million, like, freaking packs of willow bark, I'm not gonna. I regret giving it back.
Use those medical supplies, not them.
I know, okay? Listen, I felt bad because she was panicked.
Let them panic.
You know, there's those, they say like, you got a little angel and a little devil on your shoulder. I feel like you're the little devil.
I'm both. The hell you mean? Only I'm more selective with what I want you to do.
I guess so. Well, another horse headed back home.
What the hell is this?
What? Oh, that's one of the traders.
You got anything for sale?
Usually. Headache. Large tank kits.
I may or may not have pushed the wrong muscle.
Are you good?
I'm fine.
Aloe vera
Ooh,
gel for
bird
$9.
Oh, she's selling a paint set.
I take it you've been wanting one of them?
Nah, I just never seen one before.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. But yeah, all the different traveling merchants have different stuff. Really cool, actually. Sullivan! Hello! Hello, welcome, welcome in. Iris, what the hell? Iris! How you doing? I'm doing pretty good! Good, 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 good. They start. Okay. Did you get my telegram?
Shush.
Why is that horse so upset? Oh, would you look at that? Someone stole their greenery. Also, my back's healing up pretty nice.
Good.
At least it feels like it is. Not feeling any pain or like heat from it or nothing like that. Oh, you can shut the fuck up, you little shitheads! God. Little varmints leading me into a goddamn ambush. Jesus. Haven't really had no nightmares past few nights.
That's also good.
Why is it that I have fewer nightmares when we're at the Comanche camp?
Because if it's a native camp, and those tend to be connected from bad things, protected from bad things.
Oh wait, no. I remember when you got the bedding and whatnot. I started having nightmares again.
It'll take more than that, man, for you to hide from
A
me.
bit of warning.
Ow!
I didn't know you were jumping off your horse.
Oh, you didn't run me over. Well, that's good. I'll try and give you warning next time. I'm sorry.
I don't want to hurt you, damn it.
Well, I
It'll make me feel bad.
know. Well, don't feel bad. I'm just a klutz.
You're accident prone is what you are.
How dare you? How dare you? Accident
You
prone.
can't tell me it's not true.
More like just prone to injuries sometimes, but not all the time.
Over the course of 3 days, you were injured 3 separate times.
Well, one of those was my fault. The other one wasn't my fault. And then the other one might have been my fault.
Oh, Sadie.
Well, I mean, is this just me?
I swear, sometimes I can't take you nowhere.
Oh, yeah? Turn left. See? See?
I was gonna do that anyway.
What? Rude. God damn it. I was trying to show
I'm
you.
proud of you for making that call.
See, I'm trying. I'm trying. Hey, we're gonna hitch here.
Oh, my horse said it didn't want to.
Hell.
No, take that mask off.
But why?
Take it off.
Why?
That's right.
Here's this.
Okay.
I haven't finished the most recent one. I kind of forgot how it ended, so I just kind of left it.
I swear I need a way to differentiate these damn books half the time because it keeps sitting on top of my fucking gunsmithing journal.
Well, I mean, when I hand it to you, just like, you know, it's the latest one, not the like first one, you know? Hi, sir. Oh, also Carter died again.
God. Fuck!
He doesn't last very long sometimes. That come out wrong. Shut up. Just shut up. I don't want to hear it. Nope. All right. What?
This would make a great story. It just needs an in.
Well, I don't remember what happened, so I mean, yeah,
You might remember at some point.
maybe.
Don't make me call the sheriff.
Ah, no. All right, shall we?
You need to stop poking the bear.
What?
Stop poking the bear.
What bear? Motto? Why am I
No.
how am I poking Motto?
No. Don't antagonize them, because if they shoot you, I'm going to shoot each of them.
Okay. No fun. Maybe there hasn't been enough violence, okay? What if I want to patch people up?
I mean, if you want me to go to Sisika for...
No, I
Shit,
don't.
how many counts of murder would that be?
I don't know. I don't want you going to Cisco. We'll just have to be outlaws on the run.
I mean, I'm fine with that. Technically, I'm still an outlaw in some states.
Buenos dias.
I say that now, but I'd probably change my mind later.
Fine morning.
Yeah, fine morning to you, sir. I'll have to tell Motto that I'm not allowed to poke them no more.
I'm... You're so lucky I love you.
Well, I mean, I reckon if you didn't, then you wouldn't put up with me.
Well, you're right.
Oh my god. Why is it so dark right here? There, is that better?
Nice out today, ain't it? I'm sweating through my suit.
Maybe you shouldn't wear a suit then, you idiot!
Well then.
What?
Oh, this guy outside was saying, oh, like one was like, nice weather, isn't it? And this other fella's just like, oh, I'm sweating in my suit.
Okay.
What? Can't stand the heat. Get out of the goddamn desert, dumbass. Anyway.
We're not in the desert, though.
This is technically a desert. How hot it is out here? It's a desert. With water.
Pleasant morning.
Pleasant morning to you, dude. Also, I didn't take your hat today. I thought about it, though.
Good morning.
Morning. I seriously considered it.
Have a good day, ma'am.
Have a good day, too. I saw it sitting there, and I was like, you know what? I could take his hat, and he wouldn't even notice. What? Hi, Eddie. What?
Were they sitting there when we walked by earlier?
I don't remember. I haven't shot no one, have I? Besides John with an arrow?
No, you haven't, and anyone who's spreading that rumor is a fucking idiot.
Cause yeah, someone was like, cause I'm just a field medic, and he's like, that's not what I hear. I'm like, well, what have you heard? Oh, that you shoot people? I was like, are you sure that ain't Carter? No, specifically, apparently, it got mentioned that Sadie shoots people.
It's just a rumor.
Then I don't want going around.
I said let them think it. Be all the more surprised when I put a bullet in them.
I just want to know where the hell it's coming from.
I've got an idea.
You think, Hank?
Probably.
Well, true enough.
He's already pushing a fucking war by putting that stupid fucking ranch of his at McFarland's.
Cause yeah, I love feeling like I can't go out of camp and I have to go around. I hate having to go around the long way. Fucking bullshit.
No, I ain't fucking going the long way. I'm going through that fucking ranch every time, and then every time they try to tell me to leave, I'm gonna tell them to go fuck themselves.
I thought you said don't poke the bear.
That's not poking the bear.
Tell them to go fuck themselves, they ain't poking the bear.
If they want to see it that way, let them draw first. I'll be happy to put them down at that point.
Yeah, but if we go through there, aren't they gonna see the direction we're going towards camp?
That's why we start going towards Armadillo. Start taking the long way just to get home.
That's what I mean, though! Why have to do that? It's stupid.
You need to keep in mind that Hank already knows where the fucking camp is. It's just another reason we want him dead. Deputies and bounty hunters are well aware of where our camp is. They know so long as they leave us the hell alone, they won't be put down.
I don't like that fucking ranch with all them people being so close to camp. I really don't.
I mean, if
I
they
swear,
want us around, they can find out.
Every time I go back to camp, I swear I'm gonna find some goddamn horses and some jackass idiot sitting around the campfire.
Then they get shot, and you know you cannot work on them at that point. Anybody who decides to invade our space uninvited, they don't leave.
Well, I mean, maybe throw them outside the camp.
There's a perfectly good cliff just on the side there.
Don't throw them off the cliff.
Why
Just
not?
leave them for the wolves. You seem real intent on wanting to throw people on cliffs lately.
I mean, it's better to toss them off the cliff than to let them rot inside of camp.
Well, that's why, you know, you take them outside of camp and just leave them in,
Off
like,
the cliff.
the trails. No, not off the cliff.
Off the cliff.
No, not off the cliff.
Off the cliff.
No, you take their body and you leave it somewhere else. Just not.
Yeah, off the cliff.
Oh my God. Off the cliff is gonna be someone's gonna find them and they're gonna immediately know it was us.
They're gonna know it was us regardless when they don't return to wherever the fuck they were going.
I mean, I guess. I also don't want to smell them.
You won't. There are coyotes at the bottom of the cliff, remember?
True enough.
They can drag off the corpse.
Yeah, but what if they don't know that it's our camp? What if they're just
Then they find out the hard way.
It should depend on who it is.
No.
No, it really
Because
should.
we already let someone go who stumbled across the camp before, and look how that turned out. Everyone else now knows. So no one else gets to walk away from that. I know you probably don't like it, but that is the rule of the camp, and I'm sticking to that rule and enforcing it.
Okay. I tell you, it's funny the amount of times that there's just constant shooting at McFarland's because that goddamn cougar and wolves. One of these. Actually, I saw a doctor request from there yesterday, and I'm just like, oh no, looks like someone got attacked. Sucks to suck, ain't it? Lizard Panda, hello! Maybe they shouldn't have moved there. Maybe they should have stayed in goddamn Emerald Ranch.
Oh, they couldn't.
Why's that?
Because the people who were there beforehand were getting ready to fucking shoot them.
Oh. Why do you keep throwing your dishes off the desk? I want more!
Happy Easter to you too, Lester Panda. Or happy Zombie Day.
What the hell?
I think he's stuck.
Sir? Sir, are you okay? Okay, as long as you're good. Happy Zombie Jesus Day! So, you think that I should convert some of those into horror stories?
Yeah. Just change up some of the names.
Oh no, I was already doing that.
Okay.
I need to find out where the hell my other notebook went. I've been searching for it and I can't find it. Last time I remember having it was before I went hunting in the marshes.
Is it possible you dropped it somewhere?
I don't know. Maybe it's over where the cougar was.
Probably long gone by now.
Probably. It's okay. I can get a new one. There's a lot of Indian tobacco on this trail.
Hey!
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, I'm stopping. Was that better?
You're just gonna give me shit about this, aren't you?
No, I'm asking. I'm asking, is that better?
Yes.
Okay. That, or I could be like, oh, herbs, and then just do this.
Please don't cause me to brick wall.
I wouldn't do that to your horse.
No, but you would do it to me.
If the horse didn't get hurt in the process, maybe. Both your horse and my horse. Horse don't deserve that. But I reckon you don't either. Got all quiet. You okay? I say something wrong?
No. I guess I'm just not fully awake.
Oh no! Well, do you want some coffee? I got some coffee.
Coffee Coffee doesn't help.
Oh, okay.
Just
I
makes
would
you
offer you
feel-
alcohol, but I don't got none. Turn left. Oh my god, more Indian tobacco. It's everywhere. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Okay, Iris, please don't kick me. No, don't kick me. Don't kick me. No. Hey, you're fine. You're fine. Are we riding too slow? Is that the problem?
No.
Need fire and adrenaline. Here we go! Okay. Let me see if that one person, that traveling merchant is over here. Okay. Let's see. Maybe there might be a traveling merchant in Rhodes?
Why?
You don't want to see what the other ones are selling?
I mean, I don't have... I need to hold on to the money that I have at the moment.
Well, seeing what they have isn't buying nothing. It's just looking. Okay?
No.
I want to look anyway. Shopping don't mean you have to actually spend money. Do you need to go back to camp? You tired? James? They didn't answer my... James! You didn't answer my question! Oh god! Iris, wrong way! Iris, you kicked a bird! You kicked a bird! Look at that! Look at that! You kicked a bird! Kicked a bird! Okay.
Back in the road?
Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Oh yeah?
Get back here.
Nice steed.
You really do need coffee.
You
Like,
also need to keep in mind the Cloud Reaper and a Mustang have different are different trotting speeds.
okay, I'm stopping.
The Mustang is always faster.
Iris, why are you so upset today?
I don't think Iris wanted to get up.
Yeah, probably not.
She probably wanted to have a lazy day.
What about you? You want to have a lazy day?
I mean, I'm not robbing anyone or shooting anyone, am I?
I mean, the day's still young. You know, I'm like one of them, one of them, one of them small dogs. Small bark, no bite.
Misses.
Headache. Quack, quack, quack. Is these better?
No, you're still faster.
It's not my fault. It was that my fault.
You could get on my horse.
Then I wouldn't be able to ride my horse.
Just a thought. Besides, Iris has already been acting up. It's only a matter of time before she has to kick you.
Oh, oh, oh. I think that's one of the merchants. That's right. Maybe. No, they're not there. Shit. Wait, no,
It's
no.
a weird spot for a merchant to be.
Well, I mean... Headache.
You see what I mean? She's acting up again.
She's fine. Oh, they got pet collars. Gold bracelet, snake venom.
I can make a gold bracelet, and they're selling it for $32? Maybe I should start making golden bracelets. Wait, why is your face red?
No reason. It's nothing.
Why is your face red?
Nothing.
Sadie.
No. No, you ain't giving me. No, 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 sir. No, sir. No, sir. Mm-mm.
Darling.
Mm-mm.
Oh, come on. Please.
No, sir.
You know you can talk to me. What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong.
You sure?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You getting all flustered?
Stop it. Stop it.
Stop what?
Stop. It's...
Sadie.
Mm-mm.
Come on, darling.
I'll say that it's one of the things that they were selling. And leave it at that.
It wasn't the golden bracelets. Was it the pet collar?
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
All you had to do was ask.
No! No, I don't! No! 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 No!
That'd be our
No!
little secret.
No! 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 No!
You sure?
Shut up!
No one else has to know.
Shut up! Stop that! You're just trying to egg me on.
Maybe.
Don't you go get no ideas.
Too late.
That was a bird. Oh, hey, look at that cloud. That
No,
cloud
you don't
looks...
get change subject like that.
It is a really nice day. You know? Nice blue sky.
So what color do you want the pet collar?
Ah, shit! No. No, sir.
You want it green? You
Shit.
want it pink? Ah! Why?
I said shut up! Now who's being the brat?
And what if I don't?
You son of a bitch.
Hey, you did this to yourself.
You're the one that wanted to know. You wanted to know. Anyway. Stop your laughing. It's not funny.
That's actually pretty funny.
What? How is it funny? How is it funny?
Might be a little huge.
What? What? Oh, hey, look. Time. Oh, Iris, please don't.
you fucking
Iris,
dare.
please don't.
Yeah, I think Iris needs to go back in this city for a bit.
Do you have any apples?
I do not.
No carrots either?
Nope.
Okay, well, let's head to the general store.
You don't have to buy them. I know where you can get them.
Where?
Braithwaite.
Okay. Show me.
This way.
Okay. Little fox. Oh, look at you. You're so cute. Not as cute as my fox, though.
Do be mindful of the guards. They can be assholes.
So kind of like the ones at the tobacco field?
And the Del Lobos at Thieves Landing and the locals at Van Horn.
Okay. So basically typical.
A little worse.
Okay.
Because all you have to do is look at them the wrong way and you'll start an entire fight. And they're not afraid to shoot you.
Well, let's hope that they don't shoot me for looking at.
The apple orchard is over here on the left.
Okay.
Looks like someone's already doing some apple picking.
Okay.
Yeah, just pick an apple from the trees.
Okay.
This way you ain't gotta waste your money on apples.
Well, I didn't know that.
But now you do.
Apples. Apples. Apples.
Hey, darling, real quick, come here.
What?
Come here.
What?
See that crate?
Yeah.
Pick it up.
Okay.
Why is it so goddamn heavy?
Because it's full of apples. Come on. There's the wagon. This way.
Okay. Oh God.
You're fine. I'm gonna have to put some muscle on you. Alright, now put it in there.
Come on. I'm in it. Yeah.
I did it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to put some muscle on you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I almost forgot. The Braithwaites will pay for the apples you load into the wagon as well.
Oh, okay.
So, there you go. You're gonna earn some money here.
And I don't have to shoot nothing or get all
Nope.
bloody and shit.
And it's the only actual physical labor of it is picking up the crates and putting them in the wagon. There you go.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I got this.
Lift with your legs, not your back.
Okay.
Is he just sitting there watching? God damn. You just sitting there watching?
Yeah.
trying to make me build up muscle. Can't believe this.
Sweetheart,
What?
this is a safer way for you to earn money
What,
without being attacked by a fucking killer.
Or doing ranch chores and get myself hurt that way?
Exactly.
Okay. Hurry. 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 Why is this one heavier? No, fuck. You want me to put this back up for you, Nova? Nova likes her little dark cave. Okay. Okay, let's try this again. I got it! Yeah, I got it! Okay, check. Give me just 1 second. I mean, I reckon we should be able to go.
have all the apples you need?
Yeah.
You sure?
I mean, I've got 13 in my bag.
Alright. Come on.
Sadie.
Nope. I thought she paid you. Who is it you talked to get paid? That's for wagon. That's for apple deliveries, darling.
Oh. I guess we're going on an adventure.
You don't have enough.
Oh.
Come on.
So then what do I do about that? Sarah pulled it out.
About what? Put it back!
Who do I talk to put it back?
Her!
Okay! Do I just... do... Yeah, I don't know what to do.
I can't help you because you pulled out the wagon!
Do I just drive it over to her?
Just leave it there.
Okay.
You know what? Hey, wait. You're not gonna worry about it. Come on.
Okay. Who do we talk to about getting paid?
It, where are you going?
I don't
I grab you by your ear and start dragging you around.
know. No. Okay, who are we supposed to talk to get paid?
That's what I'm trying to figure out!
Okay, well, I'm trying to figure it out too. Heidi.
Nope, not him.
Okay.
Nope.
What?
We're gonna need our horses.
Rude.
wagon, did you?
No.
Okay. I guess I can check and see if those fellas got the fucking money.
What fellas?
That's new.
It looks like a horse jump. Or a blockade. Wanna try it. Wanna try it. Please don't biff it! Please don't biff it! Please don't biff it!
Idiot.
What? How am I an idiot?
Lovable idiot.
What? Just because I jumped the thing?
Yeah, talk to this one in the blue coat.
Hello, sir. Okay, thank you.
Not that way. Sadie,
What?
remember that panther I was telling you about that lives out here? It's in those woods.
Don't gotta tell me twice. You ain't gotta tell me twice. I don't wanna deal with no more fucking panthers. Fuck that.
Thankfully, it never crosses the fence into the Braithwaite fields.
Bless you. Okay.
So gung ho when roads is this way.
Okay.
It's just over the hill.
She'll be coming round the bend when she comes. We'll be going over the hill when we come. We'll be going over the hill. We'll be going over the hill. We'll be going over the hill when we come. Or something like that.
No.
What? What, Ruth?
No.
Why not?
No.
Why not?
No.
I find a fence to that. Maybe even a gate.
Turn left.
You didn't say?
I'm gonna fight you.
What? How dare you?
Actually, now that I think about it, you seem to like that. Like,
No,
like
shut
that.
up! Shut 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 up! We don't talk about that around people. All right, thank you, sir. Oh, actually. Okay. Oh, we should probably check telegrams.
Let them burn.
Okay. You said let them burn, so we're just gonna keep going? Oh, my bad. So, wanna race back to camp?
No,
Why not?
because I know you're faster.
Damn right.
No, it's because Iris is faster.
Yeah. Well, you know I'm faster. Because I'm the one riding the Iris.
Also, I'd prefer to keep an eye on you just in case anything happens.
I'm not accident prone. But okay.
That also doesn't mean other people won't be idiots and try to rob you.
I feel like they get shot.
Want to keep you close. Iris, no. I still heard one. I tried to kick you.
What?
I was about to try and kick.
She didn't though? Oh.
Hey!
You just turned into us!
I suggest you keep moving.
Fucking asshole.
Asshole.
Yeah, Iris. You tell him.
And people wonder why I prefer to shoot locals.
But aren't we now considered locals? Because we live here.
You know what I mean.
Do I?
The assholes who do that and get to walk away. Because you know they do it on purpose and they blame us for it.
I mean, you seem to have an itch trigger finger, so...
Only for assholes and douchebags like that.
Iris, calm down. No, calm down.
Oh, is he
Evening,
gonna
miss.
try it too? Nope. We're gonna go down here.
Yeah, I don't want Iris going off the cliff like Sir Trotty did. God damn it. She won't follow me after that.
That's her own fucking fault.
I'll change it though.
Iris, what the hell?
What? What? What?
You okay?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I be? Yeah.
Are you hearing things?
No? Why would I hear things? Oh wait, cause I have ears. Yes, I'm hearing things.
Oh my god.
Got you there. Sushi! Share with the class. Share with the class. Come on, Sushi. Oh, that's a skunk. Oh, that's a skunk. Iris, don't run it over. Okay, let's see. Where were we, Solomon? Let's see. Okay, I know that we did that one. Let's see. Ah, we were right here. I stood under the tree where they told me to meet them. I waited for what seemed like ages. Then they rode up on horseback. 4 men wearing masks over their faces. I recognized 2 of them from before. They were the ones who had taken my repeater. I saw my Lancaster slung across the back of one of the men from earlier who held me up at gunpoint for the rifle. It was hard to pinpoint, but something felt off. This felt way too easy and simple. Medical supplies and a deal to do medical for their group, no questions asked. I felt like there had to be a catch to it all. I had my backpack sitting down at my feet. I had carefully packed as many of my medical supplies as I had in stock. They dismounted from their horses, and one of the 4 walked towards me. How many supplies did you manage to get? There didn't seem to be any emotion behind his voice. It just felt hollow to me. I looked down at the pack on the ground and then back to him. Take a look for yourself. Oh, my
Iris,
lord.
why the hell are you freaking out?
I don't know. Iris, calm your shit. I looked down at the pack on the ground and then back up to him. Take a look for yourself. This is all that I could get my hands on. If more is needed, then I will need more time to get my hands on it. I tried to not let my voice shake as I spoke this. He picked up the pack and looked into it. A smile crept onto his face as he set the pack to his side. He looked at me, and I heard a chuckle from him. You know, we were talking while you were gone. There was a pause. I knew this feeling. I'd felt it before many times. That feeling of immediate danger. My instinct took over, and I turned to run, but I wasn't fast enough. A slight whoosh of air, and before I knew it, a lasso had been thrown around me, and I was pulled backwards. I fought against the rope, but it was pulled tight, and I couldn't get loose. Looking up, I saw the man with the black mask over his eyes. He stared down at me with my repeater in his hands.
You okay back there?
Yeah, I'm okay. Oh, I guess
Sure.
no more story time. Yeah,
You thinking about something?
not really.
You just enjoying the ride?
Yeah. Should I not enjoy the ride? Should I hate the ride?
That's not
The
what I
ride
meant.
terrible. Terrible. I know it's not what you meant. I'm just being a shithead. Would you have it any other way, though?
No, I wouldn't.
I reckon if you wanted somebody simple and easy to communicate with, you probably wouldn't be. It's okay. We'll get to have some more story time later. You know, Iris has been acting up ever since the Panther. You don't think that's like seriously just put her on edge, do you?
She might need a couple days to just rest for a bit.
Okay. On the road again! Still mad at her for disappearing on me.
Again, she didn't disappear. She came and got me.
True enough. Luckily, though, I got saved by an alligator. That's a tree, Iris! God damn. You know what? We should go through McFarland's with Iris following. Iris, come on! Get out of the water! Come on! Oh wait, you said not to poke the bear. Damn it.
Yeah, but this isn't poking the bear. This is me taking us home.
Okay. Iris, that's a rock. Look, everyone's asleep. Thank God. Does this mean we don't have to go the long way back?
Indeed it does.
Yay! Okay, let's check telegrams before we go back to camp. Just make sure.
Why?
I just want to make sure. Hey? Oh, also, they've been supplying me with coffee.
Huh?
They have left a bunch of coffee in the telegram station. Every time I go through here, I get a cup of coffee.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What for?
I don't know. Bringing it up.
they're gonna try and use that, you know.
I mean, they left it in there. How are they supposed to know who's getting coffee or not?
They'll make the assumption. You know how they are.
Okay, I'll stop getting coffee from there.
You don't have to. I'm not telling you to stop. But they're going to try and use it regardless. It doesn't matter who takes it, they're gonna assume it was you.
No! Don't. Ah! Oh, God. Really? Stop it.
Iris, can you quit being psychotic for 5 seconds?
Could you check on the stitches?
Alright, which ones?
The ones on my back.
Okay, vest and shirt.
Working on it. Hmm.
Okay, it looks like I can remove them. Do you want them removed now or do you want to wait?
They could be removed now.
Okay.
Do you want me to sit?
No, you'll be.
Okay.
No discomfort.
Not from that one.
Okay. I'm gonna keep going then.
Okay.
You just let me know. I'm gonna keep going, okay?
Okay. Ah!
Jesus! Ow! Cat!
I guess that one should have been left alone then.
I'm sure it's fat.
Well, you're not bleeding, so. And we're done.
Okay, nice.
See? Not so bad.
Yeah. Ah! Oh god.
Okay, I think it's bedtime.
You reckon?
I think so.
Okay. You say so? I'm gonna be over at the campfire for just a few.
Okay.
What? I wanted to do some riding.
I'll probably already be in bed by the time you're done then.
Okay. Well, I'll just, just cuddle in.
Okay.
Alright.
Do be mindful of the protector wolves.
Yeah.
I don't want to wake up to you screaming, okay?
I promise.
Remember, the rocket's right there. Use it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I hate being so short!
That's adorable.
Wow. Go to bed. Go to bed, you. Go to bed. Don't forget to take your boots off.
All right.
Okay. All right, time for more stories. Okay. Okay, we were... Okay. Looking up, I saw the man with the black mask over his eyes. He stared down at me with my repeater in his hands. He grinned at me for a moment and said, "Plans change." With that, he slammed the butt of the repeater into my head, and darkness fell over my vision. I woke, finding myself sitting on the ground, tied to the inner support beam of an old barn. I had a splitting headache, and it was hard to focus on anything. "Well, look who's finally awake," a voice spoke from in front of me, and I looked up to see the man with the eye mask walking towards me. He crouched down in front of me with a smirk on his face. "From what we hear, the State's Guard got some pretty deep pockets." He paused and looked around, and then looked back at me. "Seems like you are worth more than a crate of bolt actions and double-barrel shotguns, ain't you?" I didn't understand what he meant at first, and then I realized what they were planning. I suddenly felt sick to my stomach. I desperately tried to warn them. No, you don't want to do this. You don't understand what is going to happen if you... I got cut off by another voice from behind me. Oh, we understand just fine. Word is, they are really fond of you. Damn it. I turned to look over my shoulder and saw one of the men from before flipping through my journal. He read a few lines and looked up at me. "Ain't as though your brother means a lot." What? Means a lot to you. Okay. Being as though your brother means a lot to you. And then there's this James fella. He looked back down at the journal with a grin. Before I knew it, time was stretching, and I didn't know how long I had been there. Minutes? Hours? Days? My wrists hurt, and I could feel my hands had gone numb. I desperately needed a drink since my mouth was dry. Every sound, every crack of the old wood building sounded like footsteps. But it always disappeared too quick. Then there was an odd sound outside, and I could see the men freeze slightly. "What was that?" one of them asked as he tried to listen for anything. It was quiet. Too quiet. There were no crickets. A loud thump came from the roof. I saw all of them look up. I held my breath as I recognized the tactic. Armadillo. The 4 men spread out, looking around at the ceiling. I don't think the first one knew what was coming his direction. I saw the flash of a knife, and the first man dropped to the ground. Instantly, I recognized James as he held the bloody knife in his hand. The second man quickly turned to shoot, but he was too slow. In a second, James pulled out a tomahawk and threw it at the second man. I could hear the squelch as it landed in the man's chest. The second man collapsed against the wall with the tomahawk stuck into his chest. James ducked down and took cover behind a few hay bales near me. He put one finger to his mouth, silently telling me to stay quiet. I looked away from him and at the third man who was sneaking up. He looked at me and we both made eye contact with each other. I could see his jaw tighten as he slowly stepped toward me, trying to make as little noise as possible. He slowly aimed his gun at me with one hand while holding a knife low in the other hand. "Come on out of the shadows, or your girl gets it," he said loudly, trying to draw James out of cover. I looked back where James had been, and he wasn't there. I turned my attention back to the man and saw James quickly aiming and firing a bullet into the back of the man's head. The last man lunged forward out of cover and grabbed hold of James and put a knife to his throat. James froze in place, not moving as the blade rested on the skin of his neck. "Drop the gun," he ordered, and James released his hold on the gun, letting it fall to the floor. Suddenly, Carter busted through the door and immediately caught sight of James with the knife at his throat. Carter turned his gun towards James and the last man. I froze slightly, knowing this wouldn't end well. "Easy there, let's not get too hasty," Carter said across the room. "I'm sure we can work this all out." The last man let out a short, angry chuckle. "How is that? Your boy here killed my guys." Carter glanced at me, and I shook my head slightly, trying to urge him not to be stupid. I looked back towards James. The man had tightened his hold, and the knife was pressing just enough to break the skin. I saw blood trickle down beneath it. "You're not walking out of here, buddy," Carter taunted. "So let's stop pretending otherwise." My stomach dropped and I felt sick as the man holding James laughed, almost sounding unhinged. "Really? Well then, neither is he," he growled at Carter as he pressed the knife into James's throat. Carter fired and the last man went down along with James. Both of them crashed to the floor. I heard Carter curse and run to James to try and stop the bleeding. I squirmed in the ropes and tried to get free to go to James, but I was stuck there. "Carter, cut me free! I can help!" I begged him over and over, but he didn't listen. Almost like I wasn't there. I watched helplessly as James became still and Carter hung his head, his hands covered in blood. He looked up at me with angry eyes. "This is your fault,"
Why can't you ever just listen when we tell you something? He snapped at me and then stood up. Maybe you should stay here where you belong, alone, surrounded by bodies of the dead. He started walking out the way he'd come in. I pulled against the ropes, screaming his name, pleading for him to come back as tears ran down my face. He stopped and looked back at James a moment, and then to me. Well, looks like both of you won't get that wedding you wanted. Shame. He walked out and slammed the door behind him. I startled awake and tried to pull my arms free from the ropes that weren't there and smacked my hand on the bed frame. I looked over and James was there, safe and sound.
I don't have any water. I'm gonna dehydrate! Oh, God!
March 23rd, 1905. It was a clear, sunny day in my favorite field of flowers. Everything had almost a beautiful glisten to it. Music was playing in a gentle and warm tone. Oh, actually, hold on. We need some specific music for this one. Oh, that one. Music was playing in a gentle and warm tone, and things just felt happy and at peace. There were people gathered, friends, and those I cared about. Carter wore a monkey suit as he stood next to James with a smile. James and I stood facing each other. I was wearing a fancy white dress, the kind you would hear of in princess novels. As I looked across at James, I felt like I never wanted the moment to end. The smile on his face was so serene. And he looked happy. He took my hand softly and carefully slid a simple silver ring on my finger. With this ring, I thee wed, James said softly. I smiled and looked down at my hands, and startled slightly seeing them covered in blood. My back went ice cold as I looked at the dripping blood. Sadie? I looked up to see James with a slight concerned look on his face. Everything okay? I looked back down at my hands, and there was no blood anywhere. Instinctively, I smiled. Yeah, there are a lot of emotions right now. We looked each other in the eye, and I could tell that he saw something was wrong. He nodded a bit, as if knowingly. As if knowing. He was always good at seeing right through me. The night continued, and I kept catching odd glimpses of things around that made my stomach churn. Split-second images of people like...
Okay, this is actually a little bit too cute. We need a little bit... Eerie. Playlist. There we go.
The night continued, and I kept catching odd glimpses of things around that made my stomach churn. Split-second images of people I cared for, severely wounded and bleeding out, or their guts spilling from their body. They were brief, but I could see them very clearly. The brief seconds of blood and horror. Then I looked out into a crowd of people. And I saw Gideon staring back at me. I blinked, and it was no longer him. Just one of the people there for the celebration. I pretended it was nothing, and then carried on with greeting people. At one point, I saw someone plucking what looked like a bloody, beating heart off of a serving plate. They took a gruesome bite, and I felt overwhelmingly sick. James turned to me and put his arms around me. "Sadie, what's wrong?" He spoke softly to me, and I looked up at him. I don't know, I admitted before looking back out into the crowd of people. I saw Gideon again in the crowd, standing there and staring back at me. I blinked, and then he was gone, replaced by one of my friends. I took a deep breath and carried on with the night. Oddly enough, we were no longer in the field of flowers. We were in a dimly lit ballroom, and there was dancing going on. I was still wearing the white dress. James and I were dancing slowly as a band played a slow melody. I glanced over and saw Gideon dancing with a woman nearby. He locked eyes with me and grinned menacingly. The pair moved in a circle, and then it was no longer him. My breath caught in my chest, and I heard James again. "Sadie, you've been acting jumpy all night. What's wrong? Talk to me." I went to reply to him, but we were interrupted by the wedding cake being brought out. It looked simple, white, perfect. James and I held the knife together, and my hands trembled.
Hailed the knife.
James and I held the knife together, and my hands trembled. James looked at me with concern in his eyes, but didn't say anything. I looked up from the cake for just a moment, and momentarily, everything looked wrong. Faces and clothing covered in blood, with Gideon in the center of it all, with a grin on his face. I tore my eyes away and took a breath. I told myself over and over again that he wasn't there. James helped guide my hand, and we started pressing the knife and the cake together. Let's see. Ugh. As the knife sunk in, it felt wrong. Almost like when cutting into flesh. Soft and wet. Blood began gushing out of the cake. and the smell of something familiar. Copper. The smell of something rotting was suddenly in the air. The blood began spilling out of the cake. It was on my hands, my dress, dripping off the table and puddling at my feet. I heard someone laugh. When I looked up, I saw people were eating chunks of bloody human flesh. It was raw, and they were eating it without any issues. I let go of the knife and stumbled backwards as I tried to catch my breath. Looking around, everything seemed perfect again. There wasn't any blood, meat, just people conversing and eating cake. The cake was also clean and perfect aside from the single slice into it. I heard James say my name, but when I looked to him, it wasn't him. It was Amos, standing there with a knife and a crooked smile. What's wrong, Sadie? Do you want some cake? His voice was low and menacing. I shook my head and stepped back, then looked into the crowd for James. I saw Carter standing across the room with Lux. His shirt was soaked in blood as he spoke, with his wife laughing softly and drinking from a whiskey glass. None of this felt right.
Oh, okay. Shit. We will wait. We will wait. Shit. Didn't even see the ads. Okay, we're back. What?
What did you hear last? I'll just start from the top of the page. The blood began spilling out of the cake. It was on my hands, my dress, dripping off the table and puddling at my feet. I heard someone laugh. And when I looked up, I saw people eating chunks of bloody human flesh. It was raw, and they were eating it without any issues. Oh, Carter standing? Okay. I shook my head and stepped back, then looked out into the crowd for James. I saw Carter standing across the room with Lux. His shirt was covered in blood as he spoke with his wife, laughing softly and drinking from a whiskey glass. None of this felt right. Everything was wrong. I tried to find James, but only came across more and more gruesome scenes of death and dying. I began calling out for James. Panic set in as I started pushing through the large crowd of people to find him. I tripped over someone's foot and fell to the floor below me. The music suddenly cut short, and I looked up to find everyone staring down at me with judgmental looks on their faces. It slowly became anger, and then a deep look of hate and blame. Carter stepped through the crowd and crouched down in front of me. Did you think that you got to keep such happiness? His voice sounded warped. It echoed across the room. I scrambled to my feet and ran for the doors, shoving through people as I went. I pushed through people for a long time, and it started getting harder and harder to get through the massive bodies. Finally, I reached the door and threw it open. I found myself at the edge of a massively tall cliff edge.
Hey, massively tall cliff. Bleh, I don't know why I put edge there.
I couldn't see the bottom. It just looked like an endless void. I had nowhere left to go. I heard footsteps behind me, and I slowly turned around to see Gideon walking slowly towards me. He looked calm, as if he had been waiting for this very moment. He stopped right in front of me. "You always build such fragile things, Jessica." He spoke in a quiet, flat voice. I took a breath and tried to steel myself. This isn't real. This is just another nightmare. "I'm not scared of you, Gideon," I said with a steady voice as I tried to take control. He stepped closer to me, and I took a step back, only to feel my foot on the edge of the cliff. I looked over my shoulder at the void down below the cliff. He chuckled at my comment. "You were never in control. I'm watching you, even now." I blinked and suddenly remembered the public telegrams. The tracker. Could he be who Gideon sent? He leaned closer to me. "You already know how this ends," he said as he put a hand on my shoulder and gave a very light shove. It was just enough for me to lose my balance and fall off the cliff edge.
God damn it. I'll fix it later.
I had begun falling head first and never stopped. I was falling for what seemed like forever. I tried to will myself to take control, but nothing worked. The ground came up below me very suddenly, and I jolted awake. I was back in the tent, James laying at my side. I tried to slow my breathing and curl up next to him and tried to sleep. But it was hard with these images flashing through my head.
That did not do what I wanted it to. Fuck. Okay, let's see if that... Let's try and see if we can put this on this other page. Alright. Okay, perfect. There we go. Alright, let's see. Oh, actually, hold on. No, where did that go? Where did that go? Okay, Okay, let's go back to here. Go back to here. Where was the other one? I want this one. Oh, no, maybe not that.
March 26, 1905. I'm sitting across from Kay. We are having tea together in a quiet conversation. It felt normal, as if we had been friends for a long time. Kay's smile isn't the usual forced smile. Instead, it was a more happy, content smile. The way that Kay looked at me was a look that didn't need words. It said, "You are the only one who has seen me since Sonny died." I smiled softly as I knew that look. There was a sudden jarring shift, and I am back at camp, surrounded by members of the States Guard. They are all upset and irate with me, as they had found out that I had been spending time with Kay. Carter stood in front of me, arms crossed sternly, with a scowl on his face. "Are you out of your mind?" Carter snapped at me. "First, you allow that monster to carve an eye into your hand. And now, you've been meeting with her behind our backs?" James stood next to Carter, also with his arms crossed. His nostrils flared as he was breathing heavily in anger. He stood silently as Carter continued yelling at me. I stood there trying to reason with Carter, but he wouldn't listen. He said that Kay was trying to use me, trying to get close so that I would let my guard down. "She isn't killing people anymore," I tried to explain, but was cut short by Carter. "That doesn't matter. She is a murderer. Is that what you want? To become a murderer? Like her?" He said accusingly at me. "No, I'm not wanting or trying to become a murderer. Kay isn't gonna hurt me," I shouted back, angry at the accusation. Before I knew it, I blurted out something that made everything so much worse. "Kay and I are friends." Carter inhaled sharply, unfolded his arms, and walked off towards his tent. I looked to James, hoping that he would say something in my defense, but he remained quiet, watching me with a hurt and conflicted expression on his face. Finally, Carter stormed back with a rifle in his hands and mask on his face. "We're going after her and ending this once and for all," he said flatly as he stormed over to his horse. "I will not have Kay poison you with her bullshit and lies." I felt my chest tighten when he said that, the scar of the eye on the palm of my hand aching as I clenched my fists. "No, you can't," I tried to argue as I watched him get on his horse. Raylan huffed as they slung their own rifle over their shoulder and went to their horse. "We're not asking." They put their mask over their face, and they were okay, I'm gonna have to fix that. Okay, there we go. Okay. They put their mask over their face, and they were followed by James and John, riding fast away from camp. The ground under me tilted, and suddenly I was running through the trees to Kay's house. I was breathing heavily as I tried to hold back my panic. I found Kay sitting outside on her porch where I had left her not long ago. Kay! Kay! They know! You have to go! Now! I shouted to her, and for a moment, Kay didn't move. She stared at me as if studying me, and something flickered in her eyes, but I couldn't tell what it was. You would warn me of their plans, she asked me quietly, and I nodded quickly without hesitation. Yes! Now go! I said, trying to urge her to go faster. Finally, Kay nodded and left the porch, disappearing into the trees. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to my horse. But that is when I heard it. The rolling thunder of horses getting louder. Anxiety raced through me and I felt sick. They got here faster than I thought. It was too soon. Quickly, I pulled my mask over my face and climbed onto my horse as they were within eyesight. I kicked my heels against Sir Lancelot's side. Go! I begged my horse, and like that, she surged forward. The realization hit me that I had put on a different coat and hat. They might not recognize me. As my horse galloped as quickly as she could, I heard the rumbling getting closer still. I didn't look back. I had to focus on the path in front of me. There was a shout behind me, commanding me to stop, or I will be shot. It was Carter's voice, sharp and commanding. Kay, stop! James yelled, and my worries were suddenly confirmed. They thought I was Kay. There wasn't any time to react, though, as the gunfire cracked through the air, bullets flying past me. Suddenly, something slammed into my lower left back. A sharp burning pain like fire as I jerked forward in the saddle. Most likely a bullet, I had thought, as the pain seared through me and became blinding. Another gunshot cracked from behind. Another sharp pain slammed into the right side of my upper back. It became extremely hard to breathe as the bullet ripped into my lungs. I gasped for air, but it was ragged. I couldn't hold onto the reins any longer as the world tilted, and I fell from my horse. I hit the ground hard, searing pain ripping through my arm as I landed wrong on it. The sound of hooves surrounded me as I lay staring face down in the dirt. Voices began shouting from above me, ordering me to stay down and not move. I tried to say something, but I could only gasp for air as the sound of boots hit the ground around me. I heard guns being shifted, It was almost like they were expecting a fight. I heard James speak up with confusion and panic in his voice. Wait. Why would Kay have Sadie's horse? There was a pause before I heard John speak. She's not getting up. Carter's voice joined the others. Mask! Take her mask off! He said quickly, and I could feel hands grabbing me, and more pain shot through me as I was rolled over. My vision swam, and I couldn't focus on anything. A hand reached to me and pulled down my mask. The cool air brushed against my skin, and I gasped for it, trying to get more air into my lungs, but felt myself coughing up blood instead. Looking up, my vision focused, and I saw James staring down at me. He seemed to have froze as soon as he saw my face, and his expression fell to one of horror and panic. Sadie? His voice trembled as he spoke my name. I tried to answer him, but I was choking on blood and nothing came out. No. God damn it! He muttered, and I could feel his hands quickly rolling me to my side and pressure being put onto the bleeding. Sadie, he said, his voice shaking. Stay with me! I felt more hands on me as someone tried to get my airway cleared. Every breath I took was wet and shallow, my right lung not filling with air. It burned and I felt like I was drowning. I coughed up and sputtered out blood as Carter tried to work on setting up a chest tube to drain the fluid from my lungs. After a coughing fit, I tried speaking again. I'm sorry. I tried to sputter the words out of my mouth. I could feel James working on the gunshot wounds. Don't talk. I heard his voice say, but it seemed so very far away. At this point, I could tell that all 4 members of the guard were there, trying to keep me alive, but I feared it was too late. My vision was getting blurry, and I was feeling so weak. After a certain point, I think they knew it was too late. James rolled me over and held me in his arms. I stared up at his face as I weakly tried to reach for his cheek with my shaking hand. He took my hand gently and placed my palm against his cheek. In that moment, I tried to study his face, since it would be the last thing I ever saw. This was what I was afraid of. Not that they would be mad at me, but that they wouldn't know who they were aiming at. I choked on blood as I tried to talk, and James leaned closer. I'm here, he said gently, as his voice trembled. I'm right here. The last thing I felt was gasping for breath, and that breath never filling my lungs. I shot upright in the bed, gasping for air and trembling. Next to me, James also sat up, asking me what was wrong. All of the nightmare felt like it was spiraling in my head like a whirlpool. I couldn't help but to wonder if this was another warning against the path I was headed. My subconscious trying to keep me from being stupid and stop me from putting myself in a stupid situation. Why the hell would I ever sacrifice myself for Kay? I am too selfish for that.
That's the end of that one. Okay.
Again, they only get darker. March 27th, 1905. I stood on that green roof, staring down at the telegram station. Maria had just sent out a public telegram that she had kidnapped me and asked for a ransom from Carter. We were laughing like it was funny as we waited. Carter and James both came galloping down the road to the telegram station, searched it for me. We both climbed off the roof, laughing as Carter stormed over.
Jessica Sadie Evander, what the hell is the meaning of this?
He shouted, and I couldn't stop grinning. Maria and I looked at each other. We wanted to see how fast you would get here, Maria said, holding up her pocket watch. James stepped up behind Carter and looked at the two of us a moment. His jaw looked clenched, and I could tell he was very upset. That true, Sadie? James asked, looking directly at me. I nodded with a grin still on my face. I'm fine, see? It was just a joke. I tried to play it off, not seeming to grasp what I just did. Carter put his palm against his face and drug it downward as he exhaled.
Jessica, I can't believe you.
He starts to say, started to say before turning and walking away from us. James stood there staring at me quietly before he exhaled heavily. I could see the tension slowly melting away from him. He remained quiet before speaking again. That was not funny. I'd thought better of you. Those words stung, but I could hear the relief in his voice. I felt extremely guilty and watched as he turned and walked away from me. Sometime later, I opened my eyes to find I didn't recognize where I was.
No, not that. This one. Okay.
Sometime later, I opened my eyes to find that I didn't recognize where I was. A room of some sort that was dark, with tiny bits of light trickling in from the sun outside. I couldn't see anyone else in the room with me. I went to move my hand, but the ropes around my wrists bit painfully at my skin. That was when I noticed that my hands were tied behind my back with rope very tightly. I tried to move, only for shooting pain to travel through my shoulder. I gasped for air at the blinding pain. It felt like my shoulder has been dislocated. My mouth was dry and tasted like blood. The door opened and blinding light flooded into the room. A few figures stepped in and closed the door behind them. No masks over their faces. One female and two males that saw me and looked at each other and then back at me. Well, well, well. Look who is awake. The man in the front said as he walked over and crouched down. We need to finish our conversation. I could remember before when they were here last, they were asking me questions about the States Guard. I can't tell you anything, I said through the pain in my shoulder. He chuckled low at me, his voice sounding cruel. You know, when I saw that telegram, I was kind of sad that someone else got to you before I could. But then, to my surprise, I got there and found that it was a joke you played on your friends. He rolled the toothpick in the corner of his mouth. I'm pretty certain no one is coming here to save you. Not this time. He grabbed me by my hurt arm and yanked me up to my feet from the ground. Pain shot through my arm and I screamed out in agony. He shoved me down onto a chair, forcing me to sit. He grabbed me by the hair and forced me to look up at him. Made me look up. He grabbed me by the hair and made me look up at him. Now, I will ask you again. Where is the weapon stash? He growled in a low voice. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears forming from the pain. I can't. I don't know. He let go of my hair and crouched down in front of me again. Do I look stupid? He asked with a hint of irritation in his voice. I was about to answer, and instead he punched me in the shoulder. Okay, I need to eat some food, otherwise we're gonna pass out. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay. Back to the story. Searing pain shot through me, and I screamed in agony once more. After the pain subsided a bit, I looked up at him and told him they were going to come and rescue me. The man looked at me and laughed in a mocking tone. Yeah, I don't think so. What he said was confusing to me, as I knew they would come and find me. Wouldn't they? They did earlier. The woman walked up towards me and leaned against a nearby beam. You see, that joke you played on them earlier. They left town and I don't think they will be coming back anytime soon. Not for you, that is, she said as she began sharpening her knife. My heart felt like it dropped in my chest. I wanted to deny it, but seeing their faces and how they'd stormed off, I knew it was true. They began by asking questions. When I didn't give the answer they wanted, I received a blow to the face. After a few times of this, they began punching me in the gut as well. I tried to sit upright in the chair, but the pain made it near impossible. He asked me yet another question, and after, his fist slammed into my midsection. blinding pain again, followed by the sound of ribs cracking. The woman stepped in and started tending to my wounds, as she told the other two that if they didn't pause for a bit, I would die before giving them what they wanted. They left me for 30 minutes after my wounds were poorly treated. I stayed in that chair and tried to get my ragged breathing under control. My arms were tied behind the chair and my ankles tied to the chair legs. My head was slumped forward as I didn't have much strength left to do anything. I heard footsteps and...
Oh, goddammit. Okay. Okay. Alright. Well, I know where we are. We will wait. We will wait till the ad is done. This gives me a perfect time to go grab some water. Water, 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 water. Alright. Got 24 seconds left. Okay. Hydrate before you. Okay, we didn't dehydrate, chat. We did not dehydrate. We did not, in fact, dehydrate. We almost dehydrated, but we did not. And since we didn't dehydrate, we can continue now that the ads are gone.
My head was slumped forward as I didn't have much strength left to do anything. I heard footsteps, and hope flooded through me. Had Carter and James actually come to get me?
I worked in one.
It gave me just a little bit of strength. Enough to raise my head. Just a little. My hope was immediately crushed as I saw the blurry faces of my kidnappers. No one was coming to save me. And even worse, I had no one to blame but myself. The man from before knelt down in front of me and leaned close to look at my face. "You ready to talk?" he asked simply, almost like he was talking to a stray dog in the street. I looked down at the ground as best as I could and gave a very subtle nod. "Oh, that is good to hear, 'cause my fists are awfully sore." I could hear the sarcasm dripping from his voice, but I didn't care. Everything hurt, and I just wanted to be let go. They began asking questions, and I answered as much as I was able through my wheezy breaths and choking gasps. For that moment, the attacks had stopped, and that was a relief. Finally, it seemed like the man had heard enough information. "Well, I told you she would tell us everything," he said, almost in a joking manner to his accomplice. The woman chuckled and stepped next to me. "Now, what should we do with her?" "Think we should let her go?" Silently, I begged them to let me go to get proper medical attention. The man also stepped up next to me. You know, I'm thinking we deliver the state's guard a little gift to send a message. I felt the bottom of his boot against my right side, and then the boot had more force behind it, creating more searing pain as I was shoved over. The chair tipped to the floor sideways, taking me along with it since I was still tied to the chair. My head hit the ground with a thud, and everything was spinning. I could hear him walk over and crouch down in front of me. You know, it's too bad you won't live long enough to learn the lesson about the little Sadie who cried wolf. He stood up straight before putting his boot on my side and pressing down with it. Ribs cracked, searing pain. That is when I heard Carter's voice. No one is coming to save you. Everything after that was a blur. Blow after blow landed through both kicking and stomping. I was barely conscious and I couldn't scream or cry anymore. The attack stopped, and I could vaguely feel someone pick me up in their arms. Now that we know where their camp is, let's leave them a present. The man's voice sounded so far away, even though he was holding me in his arms. Things faded, and I found myself being placed onto the ground. The trees and landscape seemed like I was on the ground at the edge of the camp. A trio of gunshots were fired into the air above me, and I could hear 3 horses galloping away and leaving me in the dirt. I heard shouting from the opposite side of the horses. More gunfire rang out, along with more shouting. The sound of boots racing across the ground toward me. Sadie! James said in disbelief. His voice sounded worried as he spoke my name. I could feel myself being picked up, carried quickly to where I assumed the camp was. I was placed on a bed in what was most likely the medical tent as I felt them starting to address my numerous wounds. Carter's voice spoke again. Is this what you wanted to happen? The tone was harsh and uncaring. Weakly, I tried to shake my head, and then I heard James speak. Is it funny now? He no longer sounded concerned. Instead, he sounded annoyed. I tried to speak, but no words came out. James continued. This is what happens when you play games, darling. The final word had a hint of anger to it, and I remembered something he said about a previous relationship of his that ended poorly. The only person to blame is you, John said as he spoke up from the other side of the tent sarcastically. I tried to apologize through tears, but still nothing came out. Have you learned your lesson, Ma? The voice was soft-spoken and belonged to Ollie. That stung my heart more than any of them. Not Ollie. Anyone but Ollie. It's a shame, dying like this. We could have saved you. Lux's voice spoke from the doorway, sounding annoyed. I began slipping into the darkness, and one final voice spoke. Gideon, no one is coming to save you. I opened my eyes and looked up at the top of my tent. I was laying in bed next to James, and everything looked fine. I didn't feel panic, and I didn't startle awake. Unlike the usual, it just felt like a wake-up call. Ooh, this one is fun too. March 28, 1905. We need... Not that one. Actually, this one might work. I don't remember how the nightmare started. Just that I was walking. The land around me was colorless, but it wasn't gray. It was more like someone had drained the colors from it and left it dull and faded. The air felt hot and stale with every breath that I took. There was a hollow feeling in my stomach, a painful emptiness as if I hadn't eaten in days. I noticed something on the ground, which was different from all the rocks. A loaf of bread. Quickly, I grabbed for it and took a large bite from it. However, when I did, the feeling of sand was suddenly caking the inside of my mouth. The bread in my hands began crumbling into sand and slipping out of my grasp. Where the fuck did I just go? I tried to spit out the sand from my mouth and gagged on the coarse feeling of it. Quickly, I grabbed the canteen at my belt and opened it while trying not to vomit. My hands were shaking as I lifted it and took a drink. At first, it felt cool and refreshing, washing the sand away. Then, the taste of metallic copper filled my mouth, and the liquid thickened. The muscles in my throat tightened, and I started gagging again. I felt the ground below me as my body tried to eject the liquid. I coughed up the liquid onto the ground and found it was blood. The sight made me lurch, and I vomited up more blood. Even after vomiting, the thick fluid was still stuck to the walls of my mouth and throat. I turned the canteen over to dump it out and watched as blood spilled from it.
Hi, Brandon. Wait, where? Oh, there we go. Okay.
I felt dizzy as I stood up. The sky shifting and casting blood-red light onto the clouds. Looking around, I saw my horse not very far from me. She looked to be grazing in a dusty field. I ran to her because I knew that there were canteens of water in the saddlebags. When I approached, I noticed a foul smell with a hint of metal and rotting flesh. Looking down, I saw that she wasn't grazing on grass. Instead, there was a human corpse with the abdomen ripped open. My horse was tearing into the entrails and chewing on the bloody, glistening strands as if she were eating regular hay. I shakily spoke my horse's name. She lifted her head to look at me. The horse had completely black eyes that were blank of anything. Blood dripped from the mouth, and we stood staring at each other for a few minutes before the horse went back to consuming the corpse. I turned away to run, but instead I crashed into the back of something tall and dark. Looking up, I saw that a tall, dark figure stood facing away from me. Actually, there was an entire crowd of them, standing shoulder to shoulder, all facing away from me. Somehow, I knew that James was in the middle of that crowd, and I needed to get to him.
What the fuck is wrong with it? Can I just... Okay, this one will be good.
Reaching out, I started shoving them aside as I tried forcing my way through the crowd. My hands burned with frost every time I shoved one aside. In the corner of my eye, I could see all the figures had no faces. I tried to ignore it as I kept shoving my way through them. I was so close to James, I could feel it. And so I called out his name. Suddenly, all of the figures turned to me when I spoke. Faces began to form on their heads. And they were not normal faces. Too many eyes. At least a dozen of them on each face. All the eyes began staring at me at the same time. I froze where I was, icy chills shooting down my spine. One began walking towards me, its face splitting in half. A dark, endless void, now visible inside its horrifying mouth. The creature grew closer and closer, and I couldn't help but to gaze into the blackness of its mouth. Something seemed to be forming in the darkness. A human figure with ginger braided hair. The figure turned and looked at me, and I saw my own face staring back at me. I startled awake and looked around. I was back in my bed at camp. My heart was still racing in my chest as I looked over and saw James sitting on the edge of the bed. I relaxed a bit and moved behind him, giving him a hug from behind. "Howdy," I greeted like I usually do. That is when I looked over his shoulder, that he had a revolver resting in his hands. as he looked it over. He brushed off the gun, not looking at me. "Another nightmare?" he asked with a bit of annoyance in his voice. A cold chill went down my spine as I suddenly worried that he was upset. Yeah, I didn't hurt you in my sleep, did I?" I asked timidly, trying to look over to make sure there wasn't any bruises. With one hand, he put his palm against the middle of my chest and shoved me away from him. I fell sideways onto the bed, momentarily stunned by the action. James? He let out a heavy breath and finally looked at me, his face not the soft and gentle, but the look that he reserved for the people that he didn't trust. "You know, I've been putting up with this night after night. Bruise after bruise. I'm starting to think that you aren't pretending to be asleep and are just beating me up on purpose." He looked away from me and back down at the gun. My stomach dropped as he spoke. "What? Why would I do this on purpose?" I asked as I tried to reason with him. He took a deep breath before saying, "Get out." Cold and uncaring, like I was an uninvited guest. I was stunned by the statement, and it moved from where I was sitting. He then looked at me with an angry look. "Did you not hear me? I said, get out!" James demanded, pointing to the entrance of the tent. I glanced toward the opening and back at James on the verge of tears. "James, please, I'm sorry. I can work on it. Please." I begged him with a shaky voice. "You keep saying that, and nothing changes," he shouted as he stood and stormed out of the tent, leaving me sitting alone. I could hear shouting outside of the tent, and Carter stormed in. "What did you do?" he demanded and grabbed me by the arm, pulling me to my feet. I tried to pull my arm away from him. What are you talking about?" Carter didn't let go and held my arm tightly as he pulled me out of the tent. "Jessica, you know exactly what I'm talking about," he angrily said as he shoved me away from the tent. I stumbled forward and then turned to look at my brother. I didn't... I started to respond, but Carter cut me off. "You always do this. I'm starting to think that Pa was right. You ruin everything you touch," he said as he stepped closer to me. Carter, I'm trying." I tried to explain, but Carter shoved me backwards. Instinctively, I shoved him back, and before I knew it, we were throwing fists at each other. I got a few good hits in, but he was always stronger than me. Each blow knocked me back more and more. Looking down, I found myself on the edge of a cliff. Gravel slid beneath me, and I started to slip backwards. Carter's hand shot out and grabbed me by the collar, as if he was trying to save me. He tried to lift me up to pull me away, but I started flailing and kicking at him. "Jessica, stop fighting! I'm trying to save you!" Carter snapped in anger. But a little bit of panic present in his voice. But I didn't stop trying to kick at him. Finally, my boot ended up connecting with Carter's chest, and I shoved away from him. Carter's grip failed, and I slowly found myself falling more and more into the darkness below. Sadie! I heard James's voice echo in the darkness. I startled awake. I looked up to see James standing and holding me by my shoulders, trying to wake me. I had hurt him again. I didn't mean to. However, this time, he held me in his arms and was doing what he could to calm me down. And then we have an entry in here that was not written by Sadie. March 2nd, 1905. No matter what happens, I will always love you. You are the light of my life, and I will do everything in my power to protect you. James.
It's so cute. It's so adorable, isn't it? Right? It's so cute. So cute.
April 1st, 1905. I stood in my tent, packing my hunting bag. Today, I was headed to collect boar pelts and animal fat. James walked into the tent and let out a heavy breath. Please, promise me that you won't go into the swamp alone. If something happens, there will be no one that will know where to find you. His voice was soft and caring, and I understood why he was asking this of me. He wanted to make sure that I stayed safe. But I had hunted in that area many times before. I will try to find someone to come with me, I reassured him before slinging my bag over my shoulder and grabbing my bow. James stepped closer and gave me a soft kiss on the forehead. I don't know what I would do if I lost you, he said as he gently caressed my cheek. I smiled warmly at him. Don't you worry. I will be back before you know it. Those words seemed to echo as I climbed onto my horse. It took no time at all to get to the swamp. The air felt heavy, and the darkness made it especially hard to see. My horse, Iris, slowly moved through the thick mud and water. I had already collected a few boar pelts and was just about ready to head into town. I heard the squeal from a group of wild boars, and I turned to see them running away from me. I readied an arrow, pulling back the string of my bow, let out a soft breath, and released it. However, I miscalculated as the arrow hit a tree on the edge of a dark grove of trees. Cursing under my breath, I nudged Iris with my heels for her to follow the boar. Even in the moonlight, the cluster of trees was dark, uninviting. James' voice echoed in my head. Just a little bit of caution goes a long way. I pushed forward into the dark of the trees anyway. I felt Iris shift below me, as if we were nearing an alligator. I pushed her away from the spot that startled her, but then I looked and saw it. A giant, dark cat racing at me, quiet and fast. Iris panicked and quickly bolted, causing me to lose my grip on the reins and fall to the ground. Luckily, the ground was mostly mud and soft dirt. I didn't get hurt from the fall. Quickly, I pulled my bow and knocked back an arrow. As soon as I took aim at the panther, it was too close and pounced on me. It grabbed hold of my shoulders with its claws and tried to claw at me as it wrapped itself around me. I was quick to shove it off of me, but not before its claws dug diagonally across my back from shoulder to hip. Before the panther could try again, I turned and ran into the swamp water for a moment. I chanced the alligators to try and get away. The panther started to run at me again, and an alligator started crawling out of the water near me. The panther turned and ran off back into the wooded area. I took that chance to quickly get out of the water and called for Iris. But Iris never came to my call.
Wait, what? What? What the fuck? God damn it. Potato, potato, potato. Okay.
I could feel the blood dripping down my back from the wounds and gave up trying to find my horse. All of my medical supplies were in the saddlebags of Iris. Looking around, I saw the lights of Saint Denis not too far away. I knew that was my only chance to get help, and so I started walking. Each footfall felt heavier and heavier. And soon, I was barely stumbling my way there. There almost seemed to be no end to the swamp at that point, as fog rolled in. Various people emerged from the fog, and instead of helping, they laughed at me for how I was covered in mud. Finally, on the verge of collapsing, I stumbled into the streets of Saint Denis. There were people buzzing about their daily lives. Many not paying me any mind, and others turning and laughing at me. I stumbled my way down the street, collapsing a few times. As I rounded the corner towards the telegram station, my eyes began to get blurry. I took a few more steps, stumbling into the doorway before my legs gave out beneath me. When I collapsed in the doorway, people began to gather around me. Weakly, I asked for help, but they all just watched and murmured quietly. I begged for someone, anyone to help, but no one moved towards me. Familiar footsteps echoed in the doorway, and I knew right away that it was James. He moved through the crowd of people and stepped into my view. There was a sense of comfort that I felt briefly as I saw him. However, he just stood there, staring down at me. He wore a disappointed look on his face. "You never learn," he muttered loud enough for me to hear. He doesn't move to tend to my wounds or help me. He just watched me as I tried to reach out weakly for him. "James, please." My weak voice shuddered as I spoke, and he still didn't flinch. The area grew dark, and people seemed to morph into trees. I became aware of the smell of the swamp again, and found myself laying in the mud of the swamp where I had been attacked. Suddenly, I realized that I had never actually left the swamp. I had been lying here in the mud as I slowly bled out. I could see James standing at the edge of the water, facing away from me. I reached out my hand to him, and he turned to look at me. Suddenly, he had a concerned, sad look on his face. Sadie, I can't save you this time. You need to save yourself. This is a dream. His voice was soft and gentle, as if he was trying to get me to understand what he was saying. A short, deep growl came from the water, and James looked away from me. Looking down, I saw the alligator crawling out of the water. I looked back up at James, and he looked at me once more. Take control. I forced myself to wake up and found myself in a St. Denis medical bed. Safe. Hurting, but safe. And not scared. April 2nd, 1905.
Okay, we need some spooky music for this one. This one is
I stood in the darkness of the forest at night, my bow in hand as I tracked a wild turkey through the trees. I finally got a line of sight on it and knocked back an arrow in the bow. I was ready to release the arrow when I heard a voice call out my name, softly, as if it were a whisper on the wind. Sadie. I turned around to where the voice came from, but I didn't see anyone there. At first, I figured it must be the wind blowing through the trees oddly. But then I heard the voice again. Sadie. It sounded clearer this time, and closer. I knew that voice. Randall. It was odd, and I started to wonder what he was doing in New Alexandria. Sadie, over here. This time, it was Carter's voice to my right side. I turned to look, and still saw no one there. Just the dark shadows of the trees. Carter? I instinctively called back as I felt a knot forming in my gut. I heard no answer, and so I took a few steps toward where I heard his voice. Carter, I'm here. I called out again, but still no answer. I began to walk in hope that I would find him somewhere giggling at his little joke. Another voice spoke softly to my left. Jess. Ma's voice. Okay, we need to get Sadie some food.
We are out of food. We need to grab some food.
Whee!
Also, ads are gonna be starting soon. I'm not sure when, but it'll start in just a minute, so perfect time to bum, 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 bum. Okay.
Okay. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba.
I'm gonna stand up here. Okay. Here we go. Back to the spooky story time.
Carter, I'm here. I called out again, but still no answer. I began to walk in the hope that I would find him somewhere, giggling at his little joke. Another voice, softly to my left. Jess. Ma's voice. I felt an ache in my heart as I called out to her in a shaky voice. Ma? I had barely spoken when I caught movement in the trees. The shape of a distorted figure. The flash of a face with a twisted smile. It was there for just a second or two. I blinked, and suddenly, it was gone. A low and haunting cackle echoed through the trees around me. I turned, trying to find it, but the sound was in every direction. Quietly, I drew the string of my bow as I searched all around me for the source of the voices. Sadie, over here. This time it was my paw, and instinctively I turned and took a few steps towards the sound. Then the voices got more constant and overlapped as they called my name. It felt as if they were trying to pull me in different directions at the same time. Then it all became quiet at once. It was then that I heard my own voice, but it didn't come from me. Sadie, my own voice whispered from the trees ahead of me. Sadie, help me. I took a breath and repeated what my voice had said. Sadie, Sadie, help me. The voice had the exact same scared shaking in it that mine had. It sounded exactly like mine. Slowly, I walked to my voice and came to a break in the trees. My voice spoke again. Sadie, I'm over here. This time the voice sounded as if it was in front of me. I looked and saw a distorted figure walking towards me with a bow and arrow in hand. I stayed completely still as it got closer. It remained quiet, right in front of me, its face distorting and turning into my own face. It grinned twistedly as its mouth slowly widened, massively, with rows and rows of teeth. Everything blurred, and then I found myself standing in the forest, as if nothing happened. I looked down at my hands and flexed them slowly. I suddenly felt as if I wasn't in my own body. More like I was there, observing myself. Oh, this is much better. I could hear the sound of my own voice say from my mouth. I tried to will myself to move, but nothing seemed to work. I was trapped, watching. Now, the forest was gone. Carter stood in front of me. He stood with a stern look on his face while putting his hands on his hips. Sadie, when did you learn how to sneak up on people? He demanded as he seemed a bit startled by something. My body lunged at him with the knife in hand, quickly slashing at his throat. Carter tried to dodge, but he wasn't quick enough, and the blade sliced through his neck. I tried to fight for control, or to break free of this demon possessing me, but it was too late. Carter dropped to the ground, blood gushing from his neck. It was all happening so fast, so brutal that I couldn't stop it. One by one, my friends and family fell to this imposter that had me hostage. Each time I screamed louder and louder inside of my head. I ended up at a telegram station, writing a telegram for the operator to send. It was addressed to James, wanting to meet, that I needed his help. No, I would not let that happen. I fought for control and managed to sign the telegram, Jessica. I don't think the imposter would understand the significance of that name being signed. Before I knew it, I was walking into the place where James was supposed to meet. It looked like James had not arrived yet. I felt concern creeping into my heart as I sat inside of myself and waited. It was starting to feel like he would never show, which was good, because I didn't want anyone else to get hurt, especially not him. Suddenly, there was a slight sound behind me, and I heard the hammer of a gun getting cocked back. The imposter turned around, and James was standing there with his revolver aimed and ready to shoot. He looked over the imposter for a moment before the imposter spoke. "What, James? What's this all about?" It said in my usual shaky voice. James raised an eyebrow with the gun still aimed. "I don't know, Jessica. You tell me. Why did you ask me to meet you here?" His voice firm and unyielding as he spoke. The imposter put up its hands. Well, I just wanted to talk with you. It took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. When it did this, I saw James narrow his eyes. "What? Are you not acting like a chipmunk anymore?" He asked as a challenge, if it was actually me. He knew me. He knew my nervous tics, things that I didn't realize I would often do. The imposter blinked a few times before composing itself. "You know, I figured that I don't need to act like a chipmunk no more," it said, trying to lie through its teeth. But I could tell that James was not buying it. He looked to relax slightly, but kept the gun aimed at the imposter. "You know, I was thinking we could skip that talk, head back to camp, and have a bit of, fun," he said with that very clear implication of going to make love. The imposter smiled sweetly and began to lower its hands, assuming that he was dropping his guard. "That sounds like a fun idea," it said warmly, but that is when James frowned. "Where is Sadie?" he asked in a cold, angry tone. The imposter was confused about his change in attitude and sudden question. What do you mean? I'm right here," it tried to say. He quickly aimed and shot at the imposter's feet. In an instant, he aimed his gun back at the imposter. "Where the hell is Sadie?" he shouted at it. "I know that you ain't my Sadie. Not even close. Now, where the hell is my wife?" The imposter tried to act scared and to tell him that he was wrong. James, please, it's me. You know me. How could I?" It was cut short as he fired at the ground, almost hitting the imposter's feet. "Okay, here's the thing. This gun has silver bullets in it." He smirked slightly. "From what I hear, that kills your kind." The imposter stared, and I could feel it tensing as if it were about to attack.
Sadie is dead, just like you will be.
Its voice started to alter into a deep, low growl as it said that. And that's where we've gone to. So... yeah. That's all we've written so far. So spooky.
I know, right? So that's why James earlier said, you know, that would be a really good horror story. I need more? Well, you know what? Let's see if we have a nightmare tonight. Yep. Okay. Nightmare. All right. So let's see. Are we able to take control? Nope. Oh, that's gonna be fantastic. All right. And are we gonna end up hurting James? Oh, okay, not too bad. Okay, that's not bad. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, chat. Emotional terrorism! Yes, absolutely. Dude, every time I said the word echo, like, my freaking Alexa in the other room, like, dinged. And it was like, were you talking to me? Hello? And I'm just like, shut up. God damn it. I'm trying to read stories here. It's funny because we had to change it from, like, initially we had it set as computer, but we had to change that because at the time we were watching a whole buttload of Star Trek. And so every time one of the characters would say computer, the Alexa would be like, oh yes, and then it would like try and respond to them and do whatever they were asking. And we're like, stop it, shut up. Stop listening. Oh my gosh, it's hilarious. Look, okay, let's go see if we can send y'all anywhere. Oh. Okay. Twitch.tv. What the fuck? Stop it! Why is somebody talking about sauce as they're looking down at a dead body with blood covering the wall? What the fuck? I don't even want to know what's going on there. Okay, ooh! I'm gonna send you guys over to, Croco Guy. Croco Guy plays, Jason Langley over on New Day RP. So yeah, we're gonna go and before we raid, we are going to do our outro. Yes, okay, outro time. All right. Man, I love that song so much. I know, isn't it so great? Dude. No, dude, I heard that song and instantly I was like, oh my fucking god. This song is totally Sadie. This is Sadie's song. Because it's just like, because Sadie has, like, as you can tell from the nightmares, Sadie has severe abandonment issues. I'm
gonna take all your shinies.
None of my shinies! Oh my god! Oh my god! Thank you so much for those bits. Holy shit. But yeah, so Sadie's got major abandonment issues, and also has the constant fear of, like, being betrayed or left behind, and just, like, she doesn't matter. Like, she doesn't have a purpose, and, you know, it's a huge part of the thing where they're trying to figure out, okay, how do we make these nightmares stop? It's like, okay, this is gonna be a long way to go, guys. So you guys get lots more scary stories. All right, we are gonna go and raid Croco guy. I'm gonna do that Field Mass Roxy raid. Let's go! Get your shields, get your swords. We are ready to go. Watch out!